on Curries, Chaos and Kolkata, a life well seasoned, organized by Bharat Chamber of Commerce jointly with Bharat Chamber Ladies Forum. Our guest speaker today is none other than Mr. Shaun Kenworthy, celebrated chef, concept consultant, and strategist and writer. May I request our president, Mr. Naresh Pachesia, to welcome Mr. Shaun Kenworthy with a bouquet of flowers. I would request Madam Renuka Shah to also join in the photo. Thank you. Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Pachesia to commence the interactive session with his welcome address.
Mr. Shaun Kenworthy, members of the Ladies Forum, members of the Chamber, guests and friends. I welcome you all to today's interactive session on Curries, Chaos and Kolkata, a life well seasoned, organized along with Bharat Chamber Ladies Forum. On behalf of all of us at Bharat Chamber, it gives me immense pleasure in extending a warm welcome to our guest speaker, Mr. Shaun Kenworthy, celebrated chef, concept consultant, strategist, and author, Curry Chaos Romance, a British chef in Calcutta. Thank you, Mr. Kenworthy, for sparing some of your valuable time to address this session. Friends, it's often said that one doesn't just eat a dish, one consumes the history, the geography, and the culture of the people who created it. Nowhere in the world does this ring truer than right here in Kolkata. This city just doesn't just eat food. It lives it, breathes it, and argues about it over endless cups of cha and cha addas. Kolkata's relationship with food is intricate, deeply emotional, and fiercely protected. One can simply say that it is a living ledger of history written in flavors. If you look closely at the legacy of Kolkata's kitchen, you see the fingerprints of the world. The Nawabs of Awadh gave us the iconic fragrant Kolkata biryani, complete with the legendary potatoes. The Chinese community in Tangra gave birth to a completely new global phenomena, Hakka Indo-Chinese food. The Jewish community left us the sweet legacy of bakeries like Nahom's, while the Armenian, Portuguese, and British influences shaped the grand continental dining culture that still thrives along Park Street. And of course, at my favorite club, Bengal Club. Kolkata has an uncanny, magical ability to take foreign culinary concepts, embrace them, and make them unforgettably local. And speaking of embracing the foreign and making it beautifully local, brings us to our guest speaker this evening, Mr. Shaun Kenworthy. Mr. Kenworthy, I am sure you will agree with me that food in India and West Bengal in particular is never merely sustenance. It is identity. It accompanies every celebration, every festival, every family gathering, every adda and almost every conversation. In Kolkata, people do not simply ask whether you have eaten, they ask, what have you eaten? In fact, whenever we attend the most luxurious of weddings anywhere in the country, when guests from other cities see us, they do say, Kolkata ke khane ka koi comparison nahi hai. This leaves us with a proud feeling. No wonder weddings across the country have some or the other food counter from Kolkata. As per data from the national, at the Chamber of Commerce, we have to have some data work, okay. As per the data from the National Restaurant Association of India, the city's food services market is at a staggering 8,055 crore, and the city now maps over 61,300 eateries, with more than 33,000 running in the organized sector alone. In this regard, Mr. Kenworthy, we are incredibly eager to hear your perspectives on how the city can continue to honor its glorious historic dining roots while fearlessly building for a highly competitive global market. As we look at the culinary world today, the global fine dining landscape has shifted its focus from exotic, imported luxuries to hyper-local sustainability. We are witnessing a profound rediscovery of indigenous ingredients in modern cooking. When a kitchen successfully elevates an overlooked native crop or a forgotten wild weed into a sophisticated dish, it transforms dinner into an evocative journey that balances heritage with avant-garde technique. I would request Mr. Kenworthy's perspectives on this. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Mrs. Renuka Shah, Chairperson of the Bharat Chamber Ladies Forum, to formally introduce our guest speaker, Mr. Shaun Kenworthy. Over to you, Renuka.
Mr. Shaun Kenworthy, Mr. Patricia, my colleagues in the committee and the Ladies Forum, guests and friends. Namaste, good evening, and a very warm welcome to our event today. It is both an honor and a privilege to introduce our distinguished guest speaker today. Over 2 decades ago, a young, brilliant British pastry chef stepped off a plane into the chaotic, vibrant sensory overloads of India. By the age of just 25, he was already voted one of the top 10 pastry chefs in London, working at legendary hotspots like Bourbon and Guaglinos, and helping open massive international venues from Paris to New York. Yet Kolkata had other plans for him. Shaun didn't just visit, he stayed, he fell in love, not only with his wife, but this city too. And he ultimately married into the culture and evolved into what he playfully calls a first generation modern day Anglo Indian. Over the last 26 years, Shaun has completely adapted his precise European techniques to the complex, unpredictable, and soul stirring flavor profiles of this subcontinent. He has been the secret weapon behind the scenes of the hospitality industry, consulting on over 100 projects, startups. Today, he shapes the next generation of culinary talent as the director of IIHM Hotel Schools. Somehow, in his rare moments of spare time, he also found the hours to write a book about his adventures, fittingly titled Curry, Chaos, Romance, a British chef in Calcutta. Shaun, we are extremely honored to have you here. We are thrilled to have you here, in fact. And you know how long it's been that we've been planning this. And before we start our conversation with you, before we dive into the conversation, I'd like you to say a few words before that. So it's over to you, Shaun.
Are we on? So thank you for having me. I'm not used to kind of like sitting in these kind of like situations. I feel a bit intimidated almost. So I'm used to being very casual on stage, chatting and talking and romancing about all the history that's come and gone in this incredible city where we all live and we all call home. So I think we've been discussing this for about a year. I keep saying, oh, it's very difficult for me to commit. I travel a lot. So a lot of my projects are outside. And people say to me constantly, why Calcutta? I'm in Delhi, I'm in Bombay, I'm in Bangalore. It's like, why Calcutta? Why on earth would you want to live there? And for me, it's the only livable city, I think, in the country. I love being in Delhi. I love Bombay. But I'm much more fascinated about running back home and coming home to Calcutta, which I can't really imagine my life without anymore, really. Lots of people say to me, do you never think about going back home to the UK? And it's something that really never even crosses my mind anymore. So Calcutta is very much home for me. And I don't think that's really going to change, if I'm honest, as of today. And obviously my working life can be incredibly hectic and busy. A lot of people say to me, so where do you cook these days? And I guess as we get older as chefs, we tend to spend most of our time consulting. We don't really cook so much anymore. I've worked on literally 150 bars, restaurants. I've worked with so many hotels over the years, and I think even now, like every year, I probably work with about 30 different companies with different things around the country, which constantly keep me busy. But Calcutta, and it's this incredible sense of history on so many levels, all the people that came and went, everything that was left behind by those people is just this thing that's kind of like has me romantically constantly exploring and reading about and wandering the streets of Calcutta, wanting to learn more and more. And there's so much to learn, actually, if you want to open your eyes, ears, and sinuses, open up those olfactory senses, and there's so much out there. So thank you for having me, if that's an opening comment. And but I'd like this to be interactive as possible. I know lots of people know Chef Shaun for so many years and would probably like to ask Chef Shaun some questions. So at some point in time, please, let's have as many questions as possible. I'm very happy to, and open to talk about anything, realistically.
So Renuka, why not? You commence.
Shaun, having worked across some of the countries, having worked across some of the country's finest hotels and restaurants, what, in your view, truly defines a memorable dining experience today? Is it the food, the service, the storytelling, or something else?
So I think storytelling has always played a great part in obviously global cuisines of the world. I've never ever been a believer that food is the most important thing in a dining, in any sort of dining situation. I think it's really the company that people are with. I think the most important things about a dining experience is the company you're with, the conversation that you have, the service that you have, let's say the hospitality that hopefully you're going to be given by people. I think those are by far the most important things. If the food's good, that's great. And for those that drink, everybody loves a good drink, I think. So I think maybe, I don't know what order those come in, but for sure, the company that you're with is by far the most important thing. And if you don't see any hospitality in that space, or you walk away from there feeling a bit sad that you're a bit neglected, then that's the thing that you'll always remember. But a smiling face serving your table and doing that little bit extra, I think, just to give you a great time while you're there, that's the thing that you will remember the most. It's just about simple hospitality.
Would you like to ask something? You have often championed the use of fresh, local, and seasonal ingredients. Do you think India is finally rediscovering the value of its indigenous produce, and what more needs to be done to encourage this movement?
So it's quite nice, I think, as we get older. I'm 56 now, so slightly, I've been here.
You were 30 when you came in.
Yeah, I was 30 when I first came here. And all the young chefs call me the OG now, because, and I think for many, many years, obviously I came from a very classical French upbringing, cooking, which means that so one of our first lessons is we learn about the bees and how important they are to everything around us. Without the bees, we're nothing, realistically. And then how important farming is, how important. So it's all about those very, very, very basic things, really. I grew up in very classical French kitchens where there was never any wastage. We'd use every last part of every vegetable we ever had. We'd use every piece of the carcass of an animal. And I think going back many, many years ago, obviously, I think Bengal has by far the best markets in the country. I think undeniable. And I was the most excited person when I first came here to understand different vegetables and ingredients and see what I could do with them. I think I've been given many kind of like, not necessarily honors, but I think I was probably the first chef in the country to really talk about Kalimpong cheese and Bandel cheese and the importance of getting out to the market. I know so many chefs that if I asked them today, when was the last time you went to the market? Most chefs have never been to the market, which depresses the hell out of me. And whenever I'm working with new teams, on the first day I'll say, let's go to the market together. Let's pick up some ingredients and let's cook them together. Let's see what we can make. Because obviously, wherever you go, ingredients change. Even a chili can change every 50 kilometers within a country, as would a potato and as to a certain extent would an onion as well. So the local market is by far the most exciting thing wherever I am. I do a lot of private dinners, and obviously clients are always asking me for menus weeks before. And I'll say, if you really gave me the opportunity, let me come a day before, I'll go to the market, and whatever I pick up from the market, that's going to be the best food I can cook you that day. And that's just a true fact, realistically. I can plan menus, but it's not really. I could definitely cook something better on the day if I went to the market and saw what was best available and cooked you that, but nobody ever gives me that opportunity to do that, unfortunately. They want a menu, they want to tell all their friends what Chef Shaun's cooking when he comes. So yeah, I mean, even going back to those days at the park, 20 odd years ago now, I used to have, on breakfast table, I used to have Kalimpong and Bandel cheese. I was always playing around with local ingredients to see what we could do with them. So yeah, so ingredient-based cooking is, I suppose, what I spent my life doing. It was my upbringing in the kitchen. And I think once you understand that, you understand it very closely, then you can cook any food in the world, realistically.
Shaun, your culinary journey has spanned several decades. Looking back, what has been the defining moment of your career?
I don't really know. I mean, does anybody really have a defining moment of their career? I don't know. So a lot of people say, so what do you expect out of yourself for the next 5 years? What do you want to achieve? And in many ways, I think by the time I came to India, I'd have probably achieved most of what I wanted to, really. I was working at probably one of the most talked about restaurants in London. I was the executive sous chef there. I mean, this crazy, and I'd also been like this very famous known pastry chef before that as well, in London. From being 15 or something, I've been pretty much working 15, 16 hours a day, I think, all my life. Very competitive industry, certainly in London. Lots of young chefs all wanting to just do something great and create incredible things. I think I spent years and years barely sleeping, as most chefs of my generation will tell you that story. And we used to sleep in linen cupboards after work because nobody wanted to get a night bus back to whatever, East End of London or something. When you finish work late, you probably sleep by about 2. You'd have to be back in the kitchen at 6:30 in the morning anyway. So there wasn't ever much time for much. Yeah, so I think I'd pretty much achieved almost everything in my career by the time I was 30, I think. So when I came to India, it was kind of like, whatever happens, I suppose happens, really. I never planned to stay more than a year, but that's a different story, really. I mean, I can tell you why that happened.
Was Pinky the reason?
No, not at all. So we got married 4 years after I came to.
Yeah.
And we only actually dated for 3 months before we got married. So that it was a very. Am I audible? Sorry.
Yes.
So I came for a year, 1 year contract. My contract got over in October 2001. September 2001. Sorry, October 2001. My contract got over. So 1 year I would have completed. In September, 9/11 happened. I used to work for a company called Conran Restaurants in London. I'd been part of their opening team. So I'd done 3 openings with them in London. We did an opening in Stockholm, one in Paris, one in New York. And I discussed with them, I'm going to take a year off. I need a break. I need to catch up on years of sleep, really. I've got this opportunity in India for a year. hopefully I'll catch up on some sleep. I'll stop smoking while I'm there, hopefully. And all those things that chefs do, really. I mean, I think chefs just live incredibly intense kind of like lives in their own heads with the group of people that they work with. There's nobody else really outside of that space. And I just need to get away. I think most chefs, by the time they reach 30, even today at that very high end, they're burnt out, they're done, they're exhausted, really, of just years and years of physical abuse, mental abuse on yourself, really, more than anything. So I got this opportunity to come to India for a year. 9/11 happened. Within 2 weeks of that happening, restaurants were closing in London, New York. If you remember that time, and a lot of younger people don't, obviously, they never lived through it. But I think most flights, international flights, were grounded for about 6 months. No flights took off. Like capital cities crashed around the world. I mean, it was a bit like the beginning of COVID in lots of ways. It was like this massive shock to the world, and lots of things ground to a halt. I'd been in London when there was a massive restaurant boom, where there was restaurants opening everywhere, and they were all hoping for better times, obviously. And I've been lucky that year to meet Priya Paul's mother, Shireen Paul. She'd given me Priya Paul's number and said, my daughter has a small group of hotels that she runs. Maybe if you feel like staying in India, maybe you could give her a call. Maybe she might have something for you. And I guess the rest, to a certain extent, is history, really.
Shaun, Calcutta has always enjoyed a rich gastronomic legacy. How do you see the city's food scene today compared to when you first arrived? What excites you the most about its future?
So I think all my favorite restaurants for the last 15 years have pretty much stayed the same, I think. Don't think that's changed too much for me. So I have all my old favorites, just like, I think I'm just typical Bengali, really. I have all my old favorite restaurants that I like. And obviously, it's very different for me as a chef than it is for somebody that's a guest, I think. I think for me as a chef, I get invited to maybe 20 new openings every year in Calcutta. I get invited to the opening parties. And for me, it's almost like another new opening, another new space that looks very similar most of the time, with the same food. And for me, it's a bit tiring, really, in lots of ways. There's not that much that excites a chef, I don't think. I think sometimes if you really bond with another chef, and like so, we just had a couple of events at the Penthouse. 2 young chefs, very excitable. We were all cooking together, and just excited to be tasting and eating each other's food. I think, which is something that rarely happens to me these days. I think, where you get another chef that comes along who's equally as excited about you as ingredients with ingredients and what they've cooked. And we spent the last 3 days like, taste this, isn't it great? It's delicious, no? So that's been quite nice for me over the last few days. And those are the kind of things that I guess excite me. So yeah, I think it's very different for somebody that's a chef. Also, somebody that's opened so many restaurants and part for me. And that, in many ways, was why I went into consultancy. So consultancy is this beautiful thing where you turn up one day, you work together with a team for 4 or 5 months, you come up with this great product, and you can say, all the best, good luck, and move on to the next product. Because like I say, I think the creative process of putting that restaurant together to the point when you open it is the exciting part. And then I think I'm quite happy to leave and move on and come back if I need to later. So the creative aspect has always been by far the most exciting bit, I think.
How do you strike the balance between respecting tradition and embracing innovation in your recipes?
Yeah, so I think, so tradition is also a very strange one, isn't it? Tradition is something that's constantly changing. I think most people think about tradition as being something that's 1 or 2 generations old. I think most people will fight people to the death about something that maybe started in their family when their grandmother started cooking it. Never happened before that, but people believe it's been around for hundreds of years, I So this is a conversation I'm always having, and I keep for the last couple of years I've been saying, if you speak to a youngster 20 years from now, they'll be willing to fight you that Maggie is part of our culture and it's been around for centuries. And don't you ever say anything bad about Maggie. So yeah, so traditions is a strange thing. I think traditional cooking has always been constantly changing, also really throughout history. I mean, there's lots of fascinating aspects to all of those things. But I think for me, I mean, I just enjoy cooking. I like to. I don't interpret too many things. I don't think, but I do like to play around with flavors a lot. I love Asian flavors and try to understand how they work. I do play around a lot with Bengali ingredients and bits of flavors, but more ingredient cooking for me, really. That's the most important thing. So on, like at the Glenburn Penthouse, I have a tasting menu there, and it's based around it's like a celebration of Bengal in ingredients more than anything. It's certainly not Bengali food, in any sense.
Talking about Bengali cuisine, around the world, chefs are increasingly reinterpreting traditional cuisines for international audiences. How can Bengali cuisine retain its authenticity while appealing to the global palates?
So I think Bengali cuisine is one of those things that. So globally, I think most parts of the world where you see Indian food is very North Indian centric. Always has been, really. So it's kind of like lots of spice, heavy meat kind of like cooking. I think most big cities in the world know what a dosa is today, which wouldn't have been like that 20 years ago for sure. I think Bengali food, nobody knows anything about Bengali food. But I also think that Bengali food is an incredibly interesting, very delicate cuisine in itself. And I'm forever saying to Bengalis when I get my moment with them, that please stop talking about kosher mangsho and your ilish march. I mean, talk about the vegetarian food of Bengal. That's where the celebration of Bengal really is, I think. And I think the vegetarian food of Bengal is the one that could go global and be recognized just because it's so fascinating. It's this incredible celebration of local ingredients and no waste and just doing the best you can. So obviously you have byproducts from certain things. So you have things like poppy seeds, which are a byproduct from the opium business. So there's lots of posto in cuisine. This incredible intense use of mustard, which is delicious, I think. I love panch and it has this lovely kind of like, I love all those indigenous rices that we have in Bengal. So I'm very Bengali in many ways by this point. But Bengali vegetarian food is the best, I think. It's just so good. Yeah. And even a lot of my Marwari friends will say Bengali vegetarian food is so good.
Shaun, sustainability has become one of the defining themes in the food industry. Beyond reducing food waste, what practical changes should restaurants and consumers embrace to build a more sustainable food ecosystem?
So I'm kind of always been outspoken about lots of things. And I've obviously done so many things also. I've also done like hundreds and hundreds of weddings around the world in my life. I used to do a lot of weddings in Europe in the summer. I've done quite a lot in Thailand. Never really too many weddings in India, interestingly. That's so when it comes to food waste, I think weddings need to stop having those big lavish buffets and do a lot more smaller groups of people and sit down meals where that plate of food is, and there's absolutely no wastage.
Very important.
The amount of wastage when there's a buffet is insane, and particularly at weddings, etc. Because also let's say the hosts want to see a full buffet at the end of the meal, which a lot of the time goes to waste. So which is quite sad. So buffets are one of my most hated things, really. Just such a waste, which always saddens me.
Very well said. Yeah.
Smaller weddings. I shouldn't really be saying. I mean, lots of people in the industry would want to kill me for saying that, particularly the hoteliers. But much smaller weddings, and make it a more personal thing, I think, and a lot less wastage of food for sure. I mean, I've worked on weddings where maybe even if you're using one venue, you've got like 6 events in that one venue over the next 3 days, and after every event, there's a skip full of food, flowers, and carpets. And then the next event gets set up, and then another skip full of food, flowers, and carpets, which is just horrifying. Really. So sustainability and big fat Indian weddings just don't go hand in hand.
Today's diners are increasingly health conscious while still seeking indulgence. How do chefs strike the right balance between nutrition, flavor, and creativity?
So it's a difficult one. So I can easily say that's easy, but I think a lot of diners are still talking about wanting to be healthier, but still haven't made that kind of like break yet into that. I think it's the customer always dictates what happens in a restaurant anyway, realistically. So if suddenly everybody wants to become healthy, then suddenly all the restaurant menus will change to become very, very healthy, just out of necessity, really. But I think a lot of customers are still flirting around with the idea about they might be healthier at home, perhaps, and eating more healthier. But I think for a lot of people, if they're going out for a dining experience, they don't want to be healthy at all in that setting, most of the time. I mean, what has changed drastically is I think eating out, dining out, was not such a regular occurrence. It was something that was kept for special occasions. For most of the world also, I mean, it's not really. But I think now it's something that people do on a much more regular basis. People are also dining in from those restaurants on a much more regular basis. So I think if anything, it's quite interesting, but I think people are probably eating more junk food today than they've ever eaten because they eat out so much more and they buy in so much more. So it's a bit of a catch-20.
National Junk Food Day.
It was, I think it was International Ice Cream Day, something yesterday.
A few days ago.
Yeah, so I mean, so sometimes I think people think that they're eating healthier, but a lot of the time they're not. I mean, it's a complicated subject, really. Unless you're really engaged in your healthy eating habits, and I think most people, as soon as they get out of the house, all that goes out the window, I think.
Shaun, artificial intelligence, automation, and technology are beginning to influence professional kitchens. Where do you see technology adding value, and where must the human touch always remain indispensable?
Yeah, so I think in hospitality, I think we still have many years to go before AI takes over completely there. And I've had this question quite a lot over the last even 4 or 5 years also. But I think if you walk into a hotel, I think guest experience is by far the most important thing. Again, seeing a happy smiling face behind the reception, somebody going that extra mile, I think that's going to remain for a long time to come, I think. And I always look at it from the point of view of, so hotels are very strange places. You've got 250, you walk down corridors with all these locked doors. Nobody knows what's going on behind those doors, but everybody needs some sort of customer care, if you like. And if somebody was ever sick, then somebody would want somebody to respond, and they'd want to see a smiling face coming to their help also, really. I think kitchens, so I think quick service restaurants, QSRs, as we call them, where you have, let's say, large base kitchens with multiple outlets and franchisees, they're going to become more and more AI-centric and more automated for sure. I mean, in the West, they have been for years and years and years anyway. So I think that's something where AI will come in. AI will certainly help hoteliers understand markets, understand like what's happening with weather cycles, and to understand how they can sell their rooms more efficiently. I mean, all those kind of things for sure will happen, but I think I think from a restaurant point of view, and certainly from a guest relations point of view, I think AI still has, it will creep in, but it's a long time until we don't see humans within that space, thankfully.
Young chefs today have access to global trends through social media, but they also face immense pressure to constantly innovate. What advice would you offer to aspiring chefs who wish to build enduring careers rather than chase fleeting trends?
Yes, I spend a lot of my time with teams of young chefs, and even if I'm just like popping into a hotel sometimes or in a restaurant, I'll say, just quickly get your team together. Let me have a quick chat with them, because I think a lot of young chefs have grown up learning how to cook on Instagram, so visuals are much more important for them. In fact, I'll tell you a story in a minute. So I'll always go back to that basics. Really, you really need to learn the basics before you can start being creative. And you need to be able to perfect a perfect plate of food first before you do anything else with it. Realistically, I think that's the best thing I can ever say to young chefs. It's about understanding flavors. It's about understanding. It's about your set. So the industry that I've spent my life working in is very much a craft based industry. As young chefs, we have to earn our stripes. It's almost like a military thing, really. You have to learn those basics. You have to hone those basics. You have to learn those basic skills, really. I mean, or learn your craft. It's just like any craft, I think. I think most young chefs never plan to have to get their hands dirty too much. They're only interested in putting pretty plates of food together. But most of the work is, like 95% of the work is what happens before that plate of food happens, where you're making stocks and sauces and you're peeling lots of vegetables. And I mean, there's a lot of, and most young chefs never thought they were going to have to do that. They thought that I didn't come into this industry to do that. I want to make pretty plates of food. So basics. But I think that's probably the same for any creative industry. I think you have to learn those basic and hone those basic skills. So I remember when I was a young chef, they'd always talk about becoming a great chef as being somebody. So a great chef is somebody that will never know anything about food. You'll only ever scratch the surface. Even if you know a lot about food, you'll only ever scratch the surface globally. And I remember one of my faculties when I was at college also saying that if you you'll only ever scratch the surface of it, but to become a good chef, we need to know 100 times more than a brain surgeon about our industry just to become a decent chef in the first place, because there's so much to learn. It's also true. I mean, it's ongoing learning process every day for a chef, I think, if you're interested and excited about it.
What is one lesson that cooking has taught you about life, Shaun?
So I think it's just one of those beautiful basic skills that everybody should learn. I think I'm forever saying to people, get into a kitchen. I mean, for me, even Pinky will say, like, Shaun will come home, he goes in the kitchen, he starts cooking some food, and for me, it's my happy space. It's your time alone. You have time to think, and it's a very cathartic kind of thing to cook. I think it's the most beautiful thing to do. And even at home now, my wife, what she call me? So I'm like the lady of the house, I guess, in lots of ways. I wake up in the morning, make my wife breakfast. She's sat in bed, make her coffee. I'm filling the dishwasher, doing the laundry. But those kind of things are just kind of like, I mean, I grew up in the UK where you have to do those things anyway. Everybody has to do those things. But for those, that time in the morning is like my time. I enjoy that time. I maybe cook something for the day. When I'm at home in Calcutta, I cook bread twice a week because I love baking still. Still one of my most loved things to bake bread. This lovely living, breathing, yeasty animal that grows and creates the most incredible thing if you give it some love, care, and attention. So bread's still one of my favorite things. Sometimes I go off question. What did you ask me?
What is it, one lesson?
So just get in the kitchen. I think a lot of people learned that during COVID. I think men and women started spending much more time in the kitchen than they'd ever done in their life. I got so many of my friends saying, I've never been in the kitchen before, but I've really enjoyed lockdown. It's been great to spend some time cooking. So COVID was a turning point for the world, I think, when it came to spending time in the kitchen, spending time as a family, and doing things that you probably never thought you were ever going to do before. India's also changed drastically since then.
True. What is your favorite comfort food when you are not cooking professionally?
So I think one pot meals really. Just throw any seasonal, any seasonal vegetables, wash them, toss them in some olive oil, throw them in the oven. The same with some meat and chicken, I think, or just throw everything into a pressure cooker. I mean, pressure.
Bengali khichdi.
No, yeah. So for me coming to India, the pressure cooker was this game-changing thing. I'd never used a pressure cooker before in my
Yeah,
life.
I mean, in Europe you don't have pressure.
Well, so I remember my grandmothers both having them. I never really thought much about it, really. But yeah, so obviously I make lots of non-vegetarian style khichdi at home. But yeah, I mean that's like the most delicious kind of like simple with a big dollop of ghee and some pickle on the side. I mean that's good for me.
Shaun, if someone invited you to dinner, what would impress you the most?
So I think chefs are possibly the easiest people to cook for, really. So we spent our life in,
it?
yeah, 100%. So I literally eat anything as long as it's tasty,
It's edible.
as long as it's edible. As I think most chefs will. I mean, you could pretty much feed me anything on the planet and I'll eat it. And I've eaten it in the past also. Yeah, so I think chefs are possibly some of the easiest people to cook for. And I also come across people that have a great sense of taste and flavour and this great natural ability to cook in the home as well. You know, there's some incredible home cooks, I think, that really take great passion in doing and enjoying cooking and really honing recipes, as has happened throughout history, I guess, long before chefs came along.
What food trends do you think will shape the future of dining?
So I think most food trends will always keep coming. I mean, so many food trends will come and go. And I'm glad we've gone, anyway, this is talking from a chef's point of view. I'm glad we've gone through that tweezers and like, I think, I'm talking from a chef's point of view now. So what will come and so food trends have always come and gone, I think, and people will constantly keep going back to basics. So something like the biryani is never going to go out of fashion, realistically. A really good, well-made kebab is never going to go out of fashion, I don't think. That chili chicken that even the world aspires to wanting to have today is not really going out of fashion anytime soon, I don't think. So, yeah, I mean, basics. It's the same, really. And so I obviously get invited to lots of places, and I think the same thing about cocktails also. I think we've reached a point now where people have fiddled and messed around so much with cocktails and made a mess of it. And most cocktails that I taste just taste awful. And there's been like 15 different processes to make that cocktail. And usually when I'm working with young teams, it's like, let's go back to those basic 20 cocktails and perfect them first. And then if we think we can make a variation of one of those cocktails, then do it. But I mean, it's just gone berserk, I think. So I think a lot of the time I'm quite disappointed when I go to a new space because chefs and people behind the bar have overworked and tried and thought way too much to create something that hasn't really ended up to turn out so great a lot of the time.
Finally, Shaun, if you could shape one aspect of India's culinary landscape over the next decade, what would it be and what legacy would you hope to leave behind?
So I think as I've been involved in so much across the country, I think I've also been part of that game changer and a market changer over the years. I think it's now time for the younger bunch to, and they're doing a great job, I think. I mean, whatever's really happened in India has happened in the last, I guess, 12, 13 years. I think the game changer in many ways was, I don't know if you remember, BBC Good Food started producing a magazine in India. And I think it was beautiful photographs, beautiful imagery. I think that magazine made Indian chefs suddenly wake up to the fact that Indian food can look great. And that changed the generation of chefs. And that's continued to change that generation of chefs. So now we can create incredible food. There's lots of really cool young. So if I go back to when I first came here, there was a bunch of very old, stalwart, kind of like Indian chefs or Indian master chefs, if you like, mainly connected to most of the big hotels around the country, that would never pass on recipes to their juniors, and they were very stubborn and arrogant. But we have this really cool generation of young Indian chefs today that are excited about ingredients, that are excited about modern techniques, excited about their history, what's come and gone, and researching things and getting incredibly excited. And that's really, and obviously that's happening more and more every day. But I think that's only happened in the last 12 years, perhaps. And it's accelerated drastically since COVID. And I think India really is in a position today to put a modern world of Indian food on a global map, which I think before, maybe not, perhaps. And I think the future is incredibly exciting for India, really, with all those young chefs and young restaurateurs that are excited to be doing something exciting.
Excellent. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. I think it was wonderful. You opened up so much, and thank you, Renuka ji, for making Shaun open up on various aspects of food and his. It takes somebody to know somebody very deeply for a long time to actually take the best out of that person. And so, Renuka, you have done a fantastic job. And that tempts me to actually another person who in the room who has known Shaun for a long time. And one very interesting thing common between them is both are authors on books on Kolkata. So yes, I'm talking about our fellow member Supriya Neva, who has authored Calcutta Classics and Kolkata Chronicles, if I'm not wrong, right? Okay, yes, and of course, and both of you, So, Supriya, those who don't know, is a good, great author and poet, a fantastic vocalist, singer. Supriya, why not you open up for others to ask a few questions by asking a few questions to Shaun and the many other aspects of his food and beyond you can actually take out from him.
Okay, thanks so much, Naresh. This is a surprise that hopefully will turn pleasant for all of us sitting in the room. For those of you who've known Shaun for any length of time,
as
Shaun,
you have,
as I have, one of the first and most endearing things that you must know about Shaun is if he spots you even a mile away, he will make it a point to walk all the way up, and he has his arms stretched out, and he'll give you one of those most endearing embraces which do not tell you how hard his day has been, how long he's been at the gas flame, and so on. So Shaun, first of all, in all these, I don't know, decade or more...
I'm a hugger.
You're a hugger.
I love a good hug, really.
Well,
we know you, Shaun.
That goes back to my Manchester upbringing, I think, which we've not talked about. But yes, I come from a family...
You've come from a family of huggers.
I come from a town full of huggers.
Huggers. Fortunately, you've kept that, you've retained that, and you've infected us with your hugging. So never got a chance to say thanks for that, but today at the Bharat Chamber of Commerce. Let's take you back a bit to Manchester. though you've been in our city and you're a Bangali Babu. I don't know what this British and all is, but for us, you could well be Shaun Banerjee or Shaun Mukherjee or Shaun Chatterjee or anybody. But when did you first kind of realize that you want to be a chef?
So I was one of those kind of like. So I'm certainly on the spectrum somewhere. I've never wondered where I am on that spectrum, but I was always I was always a bored kid. Actually, I was never nothing really excited me. I liked a lot of time on my own. I was always fiddling with things. I was always like taking doorknobs apart and then putting them back together. I was a fiddly kind of like kid. That was how I spent most of my kind of like. And I academically challenged, I think. I think just found it very dull, the whole teaching process and everything really. But I went to my art classes. I went to my woodwork classes. So anything creative, I'd go to those classes. I'd try and avoid the rest, really. So I was certainly going to do something creative. And for sure, I mean, if I wasn't a chef, I'd be an artist or a designer or something
creative
within that creative world. Because that's, and like I say, going back to that, why I worked on so many projects and concepts, was that creative process really that always excited me. In fact, I've been saying to people for the last year, I'm coming into semi-retirement now, I'm going to be an artist because that's what I've always wanted to be, actually.
But you are an artist.
Yeah, of course, as well. But I've always painted as well.
Your tool and your canvas,
Same.
cauldron is your canvas, and instead of paints, you use vegetables. But you are very much an artist.
No, so I've spent my whole life around creative people, and we're all the
Sure.
same.
Sure.
And any creative industry, we're all the same breed,
Yeah,
same
we are.
odd,
Yeah.
crazy species of people that get excited about things that are creative.
The other thing that strikes me, and I was noting it even as you were speaking, that you've consulted with some 30 odd companies that you consult with today,
Yeah,
and you've
probably
helped
every year about that.
and you've helped open some 150 joints in your career.
And also given advice on maybe
To
another
tons
300 more.
Having said that, and having noted that, you have this easy air, a very affable air around you. We hear so much of work-life balance in corporate boardrooms, and particularly today's Gen Z, which is getting burnt out and all of that. Talk to us about the work-life balance. You say you slept in linen closets, you've avoided the night bus. It's a competitive dog-eat-dog world, pun intended. So then how and what helps you remain grounded and hold on to that work-life balance?
So I think if you spent the early part of your career living and breathing life like that, I think as you get older, then everything's easy to some extent. There's no more hardship than what I guess I went through as a young chef back in those days, I think. So one good thing is that my phone is usually always on silent. And all the apps on my phone are on silent all the time. So I'll answer WhatsApp messages whenever I feel like it, not because I hear a bleep on my phone. I think that's something where people
Digital detox.
get confused. Yeah, so my phone makes no noises all day. Sometimes I'll turn it off silent if I'm waiting for a call, but if I miss somebody's call, they can wait for me to call them back, I think.
Right.
And vice versa. So I think that is there. I know I'm a big guy, but like every day I do some sort of exercise, whether it be walking or lifting some weights at home, so every day I try to do something, at least 5 days a week. So that's a great detox, because I don't have to head a restaurant or anything like that anymore. In fact, we were discussing this before. So one of the problems with being somebody that owns a restaurant or spends our life connecting with guests every day is that we tend to have very late nights. We tend to end our days sitting around chatting with guests, drinking every night. And for years, I've not done that really. So I get at least 7 hours sleep a night, I think, do some exercise in the morning. Nothing really flusters me. I'm very efficient at
Very zen-like.
getting...
Very zen-like.
Yeah, but I'm very efficient at I'm very efficient at getting back everything through everything. I might reply to 30 emails a day. Maybe I might reply to 100 WhatsApp messages a day, but I'll make sure I clear everything every day so that I'm not like, so things don't start building up. So I think just finish whatever you're doing that day. And life can be simple, actually. I think the problem with a lot of that is that people overthink life too much and it becomes too much of a burden when really it's probably not.
So would you say, just the way you've been repeatedly saying, know your basics for the young
Yeah,
chef?
basics.
I think you apply the same principles to life. You
I
keep
think
it
so, yeah,
basic
just
and
keep
simple
life very simple
and solid.
really. Yeah, I think, in fact, so I was out with another journalist this morning, interestingly. She wanted to shadow me for a couple of hours for a little, like, I don't know, 15, 20-minute documentary. So we went to my local market in Lake Gardens, which I love to take people there. And we were just walking through, chatting. And she was saying, so how do you perceive luxury? And I was saying, well, for me, this is luxury, having a market next to my house, really. I mean,
Fresh produce.
yeah, I think people believe that maybe sitting on the back of a yacht or hanging out in a five-star hotel is luxury, but this is luxury for me. Having the luxury of 7 or 8 hours sleep a night, that's a luxury. I think people confuse what luxury is, really.
Absolutely.
So yeah. That
In
was
fact, I
quite
took a
interesting.
peek at your Facebook account as you were chatting, and guess what his cover picture is? It's a bunch of vegetables.
a market.
Carrots peeking out of Facebook of your cover page,
Yes,
the Kulu
that's-
market.
I think, yeah.
That is
Yeah, I
proof
think
enough
so.
of your love of vegetables.
Yeah, I mean, my love of markets.
Yeah.
And that's another thing that I say to everybody. I think, so in Calcutta, we're incredibly blessed to have this great bazaar culture.
Yeah.
No other city in the country has that anymore, particularly the big ones, Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore. There's no local bazaars anymore. But in Calcutta, we still have them everywhere. But if I go to my local bazaar, there's less and less people interested. I see less and less people there. And all the market vendors say everybody uses Blinkit,
Big basket and yeah.
which is a shame, actually, because so even if I think about my market next to my house in Lake Gardens, it's sat on a big chunk of real estate, and it's only a matter of time until there's 3 tower blocks on that
In
market.
fact, what you're saying about markets and the love that you're fusing for it, our current Nobel, the last Nobel laureate in economics, he also says the same thing. He says one of the things I love to do when I'm in Cal, and he grew up on Baligan Circular Road, is to go into Goriahat Market and pick up fresh vegetables and fish.
So practically every chef that visits Calcutta at some point in time, some media house will get in touch with me saying, "Chef, why don't you?" And I'll always take them to my market, whether they're coming in from overseas or they're chefs in India, and they can nobody's ever seen produce like we have in Bengal in the winter anywhere in the world. People are so excited about it.
Two
So,
quick
so,
things.
so,
Yeah.
so a very much a chef thing. So if
Yeah.
I'm going to the coast, I'll always want to get to a fish market to see what fish is being caught locally. So markets are just a very chef thing to, if you enjoy cooking.
Outside of food, and again, this is something I've always been very curious about. How and where did this Tintin quiff come in?
I don't know.
It's
been
so
there.
trademark. It's so
Yeah,
you.
it's just been there for so long now. So I think that goes back to when I was about 23 or 24. And before that, I had hair literally halfway
Really?
down my back. before
Really?
that.
So okay.
And then one day I just decided to cut it,
Chop
and
it
then
off.
it's been there ever since, I think.
Since you've come to Calcutta, I've seen
No,
you.
No, he says he's
I
had
think, yeah, since I,
damsel-like hair.
so about 30 years, I think. But before that, I had long hair. That was in a ponytail.
I
most
think the
of
quiff is better.
the time. Yeah, I mean, I have photos, and I often wonder now.
And you and Pinky, I'll make this my last and we'll open it up. You and Pinky are, this loved couple. You're everywhere. You're on page 3. There's something about your couplehood that looks completely effortless. So if I were to step out of culinary secrets, share with us, many of us would do well to understand what is it that keeps the two of you so glued, looking so much in sync, and yet keeping it so easy?
Yeah, so like I say, I think I'm certainly on the spectrum somewhere. I am, and just from that creative aspect. So Pinky has ADHD, so she's definitely on the spectrum there. I'm very creative as well, very excited about creativity. So I think the pair of us just roll off each other really with that. We both get very excited about art. I think we both get very excited about going to very modern art galleries, and I think we have very similar things. We have very similar conversations because we like creative things. And neither of us, I mean, I spend a lot of time traveling. Pinky has a lot of time on her own. I have a lot of time work life on my own, which I think is an incredibly healthy thing within relationships. I think to spend quite a bit of time, not necessarily together, but you can call each other once a day and catch up on the day and you're done. Yeah, we don't have massive expectations of each other on a daily basis, really. We're not nagging each other to be, there's usually always somebody nagging one person in a relationship, I think. And we never argue, we never fight. It's kind of like, do you want to do this tonight? Only if you want to. Okay, let's leave it, kind of thing. It's just life's very easy.
Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Lovely chatting to you, Shaun, and thank you, Nareshji. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supriya, for carrying us through this 10 minutes of very interesting conversation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we open up for everybody. Vikram, you had a question. Yes, why not? Please ask.
Yeah, hi, Shaun. Nothing really, because Renuka ji has already kind of asked what I was wanting to ask you. I mean, you have been making plates for diners now I'm talking about Kolkata diners for about now 3 decades approximately. So you must have seen the change. But my question was basically, sorry.
I'm done on now. No, I drank some more, so that was
Okay.
a problem.
So are today's diners, you feel, are a little bit more critical, or are they more critical, or they are like a little bit more particular than what we used to see earlier? Because today's diners, they're so much spoiled for choice, they expose much more. The moment they see a nice plate, they will take a picture, they put it on the social media. Some of those who can afford, they are even, they're spoiled for Michelin star restaurants. So there's too much. I mean, we had never heard of these names maybe 20, 30 years back. I mean, for many Kolkatas, a good dining was only Sky Room. But, now, of course, there is so much more, for choice. So I come back to the question, art today is making the right plate for a diner today much more difficult than what it was earlier.
So there's certainly a lot more special diets, I think, today than there's ever been. In fact, I was having a conversation with somebody yesterday. They were talking about breakfast in their hotel, and I said, actually, I think breakfast post-COVID has become a very sloppy thing in hotels. I think the hotels have never been able to get on top of it since COVID. And I said, as of today, I think breakfast has become the most important meal today. Everybody has their own. I like my avocado on toast in the morning. At one point in time, breakfast was by far the easiest meal. There was some buffet. People ate some food and they left. It was very simple. But I think breakfast has become the most challenging. I mean, this is more for a hotel point of view. But it's the most challenging thing to make sure you have something that's going to suit everybody, I think. And obviously people have a lot more whims and fancies of their own that maybe they've made up in their own head or not, really. Even some of my friends will say, I'm gluten intolerant. I say, how do you know? Oh, no, I feel as I am. So there's lots of, I'm allergic to mushrooms, I'm allergic to this. How do you know? Oh, I feel as I am. So there's kind of like a lot more kind of like maybes in people's minds and lives these days. But yeah, for sure. I mean, you need to be a much smarter server these days, I think. Because a lot of times chefs aren't really coming out of the kitchen to speak to every guest either, realistically, if you think about it. But those servers need to be very well organized with different dietary needs and different allergens and things like that today, for sure. And yes, the customer is getting more and more interested in food, I think. 100% sure. So I used to have a restaurant 20 years ago called the Blue Potato, and I used to have fantastic, beautiful clientele that had traveled the world that could tell me everything about everything that was on my menu. But there were people that had obviously come from relatively privileged families. They'd traveled around the world. And I guess there's more and more of that today. But I think dining culture is it's just not really a special thing anymore. It's just an everyday thing. And I think that takes away some of the charm, I think, and romance out of dining out today, I think, for sure. Any other questions? Please, I'm more than happy to answer questions on anything.
I would like to ask one. Hi, Shaun.
No.
So even I cook for my family, and you must have seen many cooks. What are the things that you often see them? What is the mistake that they are making often, and what is the way to rectify it? I would like to take that tip home.
Overthinking.
No, while cooking food, I mean.
Yeah, so just putting too much thought into what you're trying to cook, I think. Just keep it very simple. Just keep home cooking a really simple thing that should be a celebration in the house, I think. I say this to young chefs also, like salt is the most inexpensive ingredient in the kitchen, but by far the most important thing. If you under-season something, it's going to taste of nothing. If you put too much salt in something, you could almost poison someone. But I think people overthink cooking too much. And I just take it back to the basic thing of just like say, stick some things in a pressure cooker. It's something seasonal. It's always going to taste great. And I think just don't confuse things too much. I think people are inundated with so many recipes on their phone, and that they're just confused most of the time. And I think you're better, again, go to the local market, pick the 4 best vegetables you can find and cook with them today. Like people always did historically. Particularly the Bengalis. The man of the house would go out every morning, pick his favorite vegetables, take them home, tell his wife to cook his favorite dishes for the day. And I suppose there's some charm in that, realistically. Yeah, and the Jola, yeah, absolutely. I think people kind of like gorge on so much social media, and particularly recipes and things, that everybody just ends up confused, I think. So if it's an ingredient you've never used before, then try it in a very simple way first until you get used to it. Don't go in for big recipes. So obviously, yes. So I think my wife has an incredible sense, again, because she's creative, but she has a great sense of taste, actually, and a great sense of, she never follows recipes, she just throws some things together. She cooks very quickly, but she has a great sense of smell and taste, which is something that people either have or don't also, which is a bit of a complicated one now. Anything else? Sorry, yes, please. Lots of questions.
Hi, Shaun.
Hi.
So the Ladies Forum actively champions women entrepreneurs and young talent. So having mentored thousands of students across culinary institutions in India,
Yeah, literally, that's something else.
what essential
I forget about
soft skills, our mindset shifts are missing in young culinary graduates today that are crucial in being successful in a global hospitality industry.
Sorry,
So what kind of a mind shift or the soft skills required which are missing in today's young entrepreneurs?
I think the same answer to what I just gave you is pretty much the same for everything today. I think people are so inundated with so much information about how people need to be, how you have to react, how you have to act. I think if you try to be yourself a lot more and find out who that self is in yourself and not try and be somebody else constantly, like almost everybody in the world is today. I think try and understand yourself, try and be yourself, try and be confident within yourself, then I think that's the most important thing by far, really. Nobody wants... And the same in my industry. I mean, I'm forever saying to people, a confident, smile, in hospitality is 90% of the job, realistically. So I just think that, I mean, social media has just crippled all the youngsters, particularly the Gen Zs and upwards. They're a bit lost, really, because they don't really, there's so many different pressures. Like the education system in India, so much pressure there, there's so much pressure in the home, there's so much pressure from friends, there's so much pressure on social media. And I don't know, really, I'm not a psychiatrist, but I think people just need to take a step back and think, who am I, actually? Who am I? Yeah, who am I? What do I enjoy? Maybe I don't enjoy what I think everybody else feels I should enjoy on social media or be. So it's a tricky time for youngsters, I think. I think the world is only talking about that today. I think it's the biggest topic of discussion, really. I think us Gen Zers, I think life's quite easy for us. We've been there, seen it, grew up with not much, realistically. Everything else is just a bonus, really. Yeah, just food for thought. I mean, I love that expression also, just about anything, really. I mean, just something, but I don't know where they start, really. They've grown up with a device in their hand and they can't really see anything else. And it's leading to so many problems in society, much worse in the West. I mean, in India, you still have most of the time, you have that family unit that still holds people together. But in the West, there's a huge problem, to be honest, which is very sad, actually. But I suppose, I mean, everything comes and goes in life. It's just something will change, and then the next generation will be different again, really. Here's what it is.
One last, with the permission of the chairperson, can we have just one last question?
Sure.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
I have to thank Renuka for inviting me for this session. And when I heard you are coming, I missed out on your last book launch. So I thought I must come and catch up. I think our families association with you and your culinary skill goes back long time ago, even before your reputed potato, when we were missing out all the fine dining of the Sky Room. And then your blue potato came, which was a huge race with foodies like us in Calcutta. But those days were different, and I think you moved from there to being consultants and creators of such wonderful dishes. Even today, we enjoy in Glenbark, Penthouse, exotic food, excellent food. And you mentioned to us about the ingredients. Long time ago, I remember talking to my late husband, and you mentioned about the ingredients. I don't think there's any problem in today's world. Now, my one question to you, that after you have become the author and you are the consultant and you are a celebrated chef, which all we know, where do you go from here, from now? What's your next move?
No, so I've started painting again, and I've not done for a while. And I've always wanted to be an artist, really. So I've always wanted to reach a point in my life where I'm going to turn to art, and I want to explore that as much as I can, because I think there's something so exciting about being an artist. There's so many different mediums you can work in, and I think it's just something that I'd love to explore and try and push and see what I can do in it, I think. So I'll always be related to the industry I'm in, because people will constantly ask me for advice, and I'll always be happy to give it. So I think that's one of the great things about our industry, is that we never need to retire. But I feel now that I've done so much that I want to do something new. I'd like to write another book. In fact, my book is outside if anybody would like to purchase it. The publisher's in the corner over there. I think so. So I'm a creative person, really. So I think it's much easier for creative people to keep thinking about how can I be more creative, really. I think it's much more tiring for people that are not particularly creative. They're the people that really get stuck for what's next. What's the next phase of my life looking for, I think. or like. I think it's much more difficult then. But yeah, I mean, I can fill the rest of my life just being creative with all sorts of things, I think, because it's the kind of thing that if something makes the hair stand up on the back of my neck, then that's exciting.
Thank you.
And anything creative does. I mean, I can talk all day, actually.
Thank you, Shaun. We've had you today, Shaun Kenworthy, the celebrated chef, and I'm waiting for the day when we'll call you again to our chamber as the celebrated artist.
Thank you. I see.
Looking for the day, waiting for the day.
My pleasure. Lovely.
And now may I call upon Sujata Seth to give the vote of thanks, please?
Ma'am, before that, may I request you to kindly present a small token of appreciation to our guest speaker, Mr. Shaun Kenworthy, for sparing his valuable time and being with us today this afternoon. Thank you.
And engaging, but really, I learned. I mean, I don't know what he was. I don't really know what the story was. Really, it started somewhere and ended somewhere. But the most incredible storyteller. I'm more than happy to share the table with him. Much more, if I could. Right.
Ma'am, Sujata Seth, ma'am, can we please have your vote of thanks and conclude today's session?
Mr. Kenworthy, members of the chamber, my colleagues in the Ladies Forum, guests and friends. At the conclusion of this interactive session on curries, kiosks in Kolkata, a life well seasoned, it is my most pleasant duty to propose a hearty vote of thanks to our distinguished guest speaker, Mr. Shaun Kenworthy, for sharing his remarkable journey and his fascinating reflections on food, people, and the city of Kolkata. Sir, your observations have reminded us that food is far more than nourishment. It is history served on a plate, culture preserved through generations, and a language that connects people across borders. While recipes can be written down, the true essence of a cuisine lies in people who preserve it, the traditions that shape it, and the stories that give it life. Perhaps that is why cities like Kolkata are not remembered merely for what they serve, but for the warmth and emotions they leave behind. With these words, I request you all to join me in carrying a hearty vote of thanks to our esteemed guest speaker, Mr. Shaun Kenworthy, with appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This book is there outside and it's up for the grabs. So kindly, if you want, you can purchase it and get it signed by Mr. Kenworthy. I'm sure he'd love to sign it. Yes. So please join us for high tea. I would request office bearers to kindly stay back for a photo, group photo with the guest speaker.